Hello, welcome to the Legal Success Off video. So just to prep before we obviously start to see if anybody's interested in actually watching through on this. So it is a level 1 upgrade package with this one, so fairly minimal. The customers also asked for a Jefftron Leviathon, so we're going to be installing that as well. Obviously the benefit of a upgrade, and obviously the power is obviously going to have a bit more power behind the BB. Obviously it is an object that this gun is trying to shoot, and obviously the heavier the object, the slower it's going to go. So we obviously need to offset that weight, so by obviously increasing the power of the gun within the rules of the game. So that's what the upgrade spring is in a nutshell. And then obviously we're going to fit the Jefftron, which is a conversion kit or a conversion unit to take it over from, we'll call it analog switches, for want of a better word, inside of here, mechanical switches that go backwards and forwards. Removing all of those, and then we're going to be putting this circuit board in there, and the circuit board has optical sensors, and it obviously detects the position of the gears and timings and stuff, so that obviously you get a faster operation. Obviously less physical parts to jam and lock up, which can sometimes affect these guns, all guns really, so anything with mechanical parts moving has the chance to lock up. So a quality of life improvement is the best way to describe obviously the Jefftron edition. That, and obviously the speed that comes from the increased trigger response, and operation of it. Plus Bluetooth, that's cool, isn't it? I think that's pretty much it on the spec. Obviously we'll do a Dean's conversion at the stock, which we'll just start with first, so that obviously we can just test the gun, and then there'll be a trigger pin. The customer's got a different trigger on there, which hopefully, because I've asked them just to confirm that, hopefully will get back to me on that, but there's no notes on there to say they didn't want it, so we'll probably do the different trigger. So it's technically an M4 trigger, so we will have to modify it, if you know what I mean, in order to actually fit into 416. They've got ever so slightly longer triggers, and obviously on the M4, so obviously we'll have to shorten it in order to fit into this gap, if you know what I mean, which we'll demonstrate and show all that. That's pretty much it. So I'll finish my coffee, and then we'll carry on with building this one up. Okay, so we've got the Prometheus conversion kit, which obviously you can just install as is, and then you'll have this fuse off the back of it, and the mini Tamiya. We are going to be doing a Dean's conversion for the customer, so obviously you have Dean's coming off it, so we're going to remove this fuse, so that obviously there's more room in there, because obviously you have to jam all that down one side and then bring it out on the other side with a small battery. This way you'll obviously be able to just put a much larger battery in there, which is all cool, isn't it? We like that. So pull the adjustment off and the stock off. Also we can get rid of the gun, because we just need to do some soldering first. You like broccoli? Yes I do. Yes I do. Do you Yes, I do. Yes, I do. This is from that last build. With that with a custom. Do you like broccoli? Yes, I do. Quite neat. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. steel hands for that. Little overspill, we'll clean it up. Yes, I do. Right, so we need a red one and black one. And once the heat shrink's on, just melt that on there. So there's a bit of heat shrink and get these ring connectors on. tight, wasn't it? Okay, so this bit, like I say, just in case, we recommend keeping it just in case the TM ever decide to actually bring out a decent battery pack. It is a cool system. You know, it's like the DeWalt battery packs. You know, we obviously have an interchangeable battery pack, but TM's battery is not lithium, it's nickel metal hydride, and unfortunately if it's not lithium nowadays it's not performant, and customers want performance, and you know, it needs to be lithium for that to happen. Yeah, just Airsoft has just moved on and customers' expectations are just much higher than obviously a TM running on 8.4 volt battery. So yeah, we always recommend obviously just doing this conversion. So you can take this and you can technically fit that to these bars that come with it, or you can get the rest of the pack from Prometheus there. I'll just take this one off. I got no real use for these bits, so I would like to just return these to the customer. Plus, you know, here's theirs. So that bit and this bit here can go with these to the customer. And now just leaves us this. For now it doesn't matter which one it goes on because obviously we haven't actually installed it yet. Just do it loosely. So try and take these pins and try and put them through the holes. So unfortunately either TM's changed their specification or Laylax has been doing a shitty job with its QC, but either way sometimes these pins don't fit through there, so you'll need a drill bit. Whoop. Went 100 mile an hour, didn't he? Too big. .4 should do it. a smidge too tight, might go one bigger, or try and wiggle it a bit. Okay, bit bigger. Yeah, 247. Do you like blueberries? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Do you like broccoli? Yes, I do. Okay. Enough room, is it? We're good now. So typically speaking, when you're putting it here, I too do the opposite. So I want to go red, and I put it at the bottom, and then black at the top. If memory serves. So pin in. Just need to find that other pin that won't fling. I hate when stuff just goes, it's like literally from there to there. Yeah, where is it, you know? It's in the land with the socks. Where all the socks go. Try and get these fairly level so you don't have one side kind of protruding more than another. Okay, so pivot up, so obviously so that the stock's upside down like this, and then obviously if you imagine the stock tube going that way, it's always red on the left, it's always black on the right, so red on the left, black on the right, and then that way you know that your polarity is good when putting it on. I like to move these around. adapter plate. This is your cosmetic cover. You can modify the one with the gun, but you know, it's work, so just use the plastic one that comes pre-molded. And then obviously a cover from Prometheus. Like I say, it's a whole kit that they do. Saves you a bit of time. You can push that in there. I'll lie that down over the top. You need a screw. I prefer the longer one just to make sure it gets more thread. Wires up. There we go. One stock converted so that you know, you can accept normal batteries, and then obviously you have the ability to refit all that if you should want to, or in the future, and nothing's been chopped or cut or mullered or anything like that. You know, I've got bugs the crap out of me, that does, you know, so there's just no need for any chopping or any cutting nowadays. It's this is just such a neat solution, and the customers obviously presented with a lovely clean look. I think the only thing we need to do is just do some of these new ones, you know, just with our logo on, really, just for, you know, shits and giggles. Why not? Yes, I do. Just managed to lock it up, if you know what I mean, just from shooting there. Just goes to show you how unfriendly it can be, if you know what I mean, as a product. And you have to obviously go to, you know what I mean, it just is how it is, you know. So obviously it's user error, because obviously I'm just sitting here spamming the triggers, so it's my fault. But you can see how easily customers might do that, you know. So obviously now I can't even pull that. I mean, I suppose you can yank it through it, if you know what I mean, but you know, it's, you don't want to break it. So you clear the shot, and our single shot works again. So but yeah, if I was just able to do it here, you know, imagine what somebody's doing in the heat of battle, you know, untrained, you know, so you're just grabbing a gun for the first time. And yeah, we often get guns returned because obviously people are like, well, you know, you know, what more? So but is the product, and to be fair to the design and the product itself, you know, it is technically 15 years old now. You know, so I know they're still, you know, one of the most meta guns that you can get and stuff, but especially with obviously upgrade packages attached, but you know, they've been around a little while now, haven't they? So so it's fundamentally in there. It needs, you know, moving to these Mosfet systems and stuff, doesn't it? You know, like obviously the new MP5 from TM. So, but it's going to take a while for that to happen. So I've just got some numbers just for my records, you know, so just to put onto the paperwork, just to kind of see where we're sort of starting at. You know, we're looking at around about a 15 amp draw. I don't think we're going to get much better on that. I think it's actually pretty good for out of box. But we'll double check the shimming and just make sure, if you know what I mean, so when we're in there. This, I mean, you know, I've tested some out of the box and they've been sitting at 20 amps, you know, so obviously there's a 15 is pretty fair for a standard TM motor, if you know what I mean, and the gun. So so even though it locked up, which you could argue is obviously because it's slow cycling, and obviously if we can try and eke out some resistance, reduced resistance, brilliant. Just based on that number, you know, maybe a struggle for us, but we'll have a look. So just going to reuse this sheet, waste not, want not. You have to remember as well that you know, broadly speaking as well, when you're obviously fault finding these guns, or for those people that are so interested in becoming techs, you know, obviously this is quite a luxury situation because you're getting obviously a nice new gun and the assumption is that it's fully working. You always have to do your gun teching around the possibility that it isn't, you know, there is something wrong with it. So even if there isn't, and if you obviously work based upon that perspective, then obviously never really caught out. Plus obviously you can always build guns the same and to a high standard, rather than sort of just assuming obviously that a gun's correct and sending it out, and then you know, it turns out that the customer's not getting a good time, you know. So I know some places will just cross that bridge if that happens, but I prefer to try and preempt it, you know. Preempt it, sorry. Right, that's in there, so obviously stock off. Let's just try to crack this nut before we start. Okay, so we've broke that off, you know, and the little Loctite that was in there, so that's good. So that means obviously we're not going to get all this stripped down and then get to this stage and think, oh crap, now we've got no gun to kind of put the leverage on. So I like to sort of leave it in its full state and that way I get a bit more leverage on it. You know, if you start pulling it down to just that part and nothing else on there, well, you've got nothing to leverage against, if you know what I mean, to get that cracked off, you know. So what I might do is I'll just take this upper off, get rid of that out of the way now, because you know it's just adding weight and you know making it cumbersome. So I need my pin punch. This is a real steel pin punch, but they've got these lovely little plastic tips that are interchangeable. It's a really nice tool. I always occasionally see these threads and stuff where people say, you know, what's your best tool? I mean, obviously Dremel does a shitload, doesn't it? Soldering iron you can't live without, you know, but little things like these can make a difference, you know what I mean? So it's obviously a non-marking tool, specifically designed just to remove that pin. It's literally its only purpose, and to do it without making a mark on it, you know. And that way obviously, you know, when you pick up these guns and obviously you got a mark there, mark there, mark there, where people have tried hammering these pins out and it's just, you know, got all the paint taken off it, it's just clean, you know. And I think these are sort of the important things with obviously professional tech, and you got to just try and be courteous and do as much as you can to try and, you know, not be ham about it. So upper receiver, we pull that back and then we slide at the same time. So as we're pulling it forward, we want to pull upwards, directly straight up. This U spacer. So you don't want to basically pivot it, you know, and move it, you'll then snap it, you know. And as long as you're careful, you know, and don't yank all this off, if you know, I mean, you can usually, you know, I mean, I've never broken one, but I do know we sell a crap load of them. So yeah, people just got to be careful, you know. So obviously we'll probably do that. Oh no, because I think we're leaving that, but I'll double check with the customer just to see if he wants a hop unit and barrel do, and if not, well, it's fine. You know, it will technically lift, you know, 2 8s, 3s, maybe even 3 2s on full hop, you know, out of the box. And it is a sort of traditional sort of Maru style. So if you remove the spring and the charge handle, pop him there. All you want to do is recover these side gearbox spaces. So left and right. So the blowback assembly, just pull that in, turn it upside down, and then obviously just slide back and up. And as long as it's not a used assembly, this washer should be at the front holding it all together. So you can take it off as one section, yeah. Okay. Occasionally these break. We do a metal aluminium replacement. It's quite a nice upgrade. So we are going to just remove these screws at the back. Okay, so if it doesn't move, right, so I like to just rock it backwards and forwards, stop, and then just get some heat on it, yeah? So it's just not worth it. Oh yeah, he was in, wasn't he? TM didn't want them coming out. So if you need to access the upgrade, so the recall return spring, then you just need to remove that. There is a specific tool, but I don't believe Laylax is making it anymore. So unless you've got one already, you're fresh out of luck there. But you can use things like clip ring, circlip ring pliers to remove them. They're quite handy. It's worth having a set of them in your toolbox. So again, we can just twist this just to get it in line. We should be able to lift that out just enough to slide out without bending it. Okay, so now what we can do is we can desolder there. Just notice the kink that's in here. It's really important that when you redo all this with the new Jefftron that you put that kink back in there. So obviously, you know, basically just remember the TM do things for reasons. So just try and duplicate some of the stuff, even if you're not entirely sure why. So, but essentially, it puts pressure onto there, and then puts this at an angle, and basically it's like that, and then you've got less connection. So you want obviously flat surface area against the bars. So all right. soldering iron. Okay, just touch this against here, and you should be able to desolder this. There we go. Flip this over. Right, so stock tube wise, obviously if somebody's just doing a power string upgrade and they aren't so interested in the shimming side of things, which to be fair, do we leave that, do we double check it? Because it is a really good testing result. I think we might leave it. No, we'll just pull it apart, we'll double check. I would like to modify the piston while we're in there. Just double check the runners, make sure they're clear of any things. Yeah, we'll follow our standard thing. So it's, like I say, it's a tough one with a level 1, you know, so it's not quite level 4, you know, where obviously you have the bushings and the gears. It's just a spring change. Oh shit, Leviathon, so of course we'll fucking go in, so what am I thinking? So wire out the way, grab the stock tube, twist, yeah, so obviously for its fitment, it's difficult to show you in here because obviously the upper receiver is off, so when you turn it in, obviously it can go in further than what the upper receiver is, so when you're putting the stock tube back on, always put the upper receiver back on, then put the stock tube on, and that'll set the distance. So see, look at them new ones, see all the new ones are coming like this, so making it so much easier for obviously doing the installations. I've had people return my upgraded springs that we make because they didn't have a hook on the end, you know, it's crazy. Right, so obviously brand new, so there's no servicing needed on that sort of part of thing, but obviously if you were doing a second hand, you might want to strip that assembly and get that serviced. Loose. It's a tough one, 1.5, so the general rule is to not lock tighten, but I must admit this one does like to come out on its own there. Okay, so screw. I like to go with a big PH1 Phillips. PH1. Right. These are self-tapping threads. You know, they're only really an issue if, you know, techs make them an issue. So, so if you over tighten it or fuck them up or something, cross thread it. If you're worried, again, I always recommend taking a photograph of obviously the grip wiring. If you're at all worried, obviously the orientation essentially on this one is obviously standard, is up the back with black at the bottom and red at the top. If you know what I mean, obviously we're front facing left. So you can see obviously that the red's going up and over and then black's going there. Obviously if you get a gun with obviously it being different, it's just annoying when obviously gun techs put them in the wrong place, because just as an example, sometimes you can see them where obviously the wire comes out the front here and then obviously another one at the back here. Obviously what that's going to do is obviously move the motor that side, and then obviously now your motor angles have been changed. So yeah, it's really important that wires come up the correct way in the grip. Okay, so red on the left, black on the right. Go back in with big orange and then undo these two grip screws. So if you put it into full auto and then just pivot the front up. Oh shit, pin out first. Where's my tool? There we go. So that's the pin. There's nothing to hold this pin in on the Jefftron. Like there is in the original contact switch set, so we do recommend either you Loctite that one, which doesn't always hold. There's the bolt release button, and then switch it back to fit the Laylax one. So then obviously once it's in safe, what you want to do is basically pull it this way towards me, and then you want to pivot. Yeah, so just flick it up like that, okay, and that should clear this bit at the back here and obviously allow you to bring this out. So now we've got wiring, gearbox. Obviously that's what we're going to be working on going forward, and then obviously lower receiver to the side. So you want to try and recover this spring, or what you can do is take some tension off it by just popping it with your nail like that. So they're very easily lost. They catch on things with little hooks, and before you know it, it's caught in your clothing or something, and just you're never finding it. So so this is your link arm and the actual link itself. So put them over there. Okay, if you're not confident with shimming, then obviously this is a very delicate stage. Luckily, what you can do is if you you want to, you could, just to try and make things a bit easier, there is an anti-reversal latch at the back here. What you can do is just gently pop that. Okay, that will allow the piston to go into a forward position, and then takes the pressure off this tappet plate. Now what you can do is get a flat bladed screwdriver in there, and this is the benefit of what they call new version 2. This is the new V2, so it's the V2 gearbox which was re-engineered into what they call new version 2, and it's obviously added some advantages, like obviously strengthened front end. It's got this inspection hole for the tappet plate spring to obviously make it very easy to remove it and install it, and it's obviously also got a large amount of inspection holes for the setting up of the shimming and stuff. Obviously they added a bolt stop simulation system to it, so it's new. This is what they call revision 1, so they have a revision 1 of the actual shell itself. Obviously it's when they change the molds, so basically they carve into it obviously that it's been revised, and changed. It hasn't just been replaced, so they've actually made a revision to the mould, and I believe, from memory serves, the addition was they were running 2 moulds for both, for one for M4, one for 416. Now they've just moved over to a singular mould, basically for the M4 and 416. So by adding these on, and then there was another change later on where they added a runner gearbox, basically so that the wire can sit inside of a runner. I thought that was because obviously they were planning on doing their own Mosfet system, but I don't think that's going to come to fruition. That said, we are in November, and November is TM's month, so if they're going to do a event, it will be this month, usually around the 9th, but it's not looking great so far for it, is it? So you want to edge up this shell while obviously trying to press down these gears. So what we're hoping for is to gently take this off, and we don't want to catch any of these shims and then knock them off, right? Because obviously for our perspective, obviously we want to measure TM shimming and just see how that compares to obviously what we think should be right. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. So, but the key is to obviously not assume automatically that it's good. And then obviously if you are doing the stuff at home, and obviously you don't want to be getting into the complication of obviously shimming, then technically speaking, say for instance you've got the piston setup that has the hooks inside the spring. Obviously right now you can obviously remove the piston, and then obviously remove the spring. Obviously you have to drill the piston head, which obviously on this one you don't have to. Remove the spring, then obviously reinstall that, put your new spring in, and then obviously close it all up, and then in theory, I say as long as you don't balls anything up, you should then obviously be able to just get away with obviously the world's quickest spring change. Yeah, the world's quickest is obviously the one like this, where it doesn't actually have the thing attached anymore, but you can never make that assumption, can you? So that it's going to be like that. So I've just got one tooth engaged there, so I'm just going to pop this anti-reverse latch and just wind that gear back into the 3 o'clock position for the tapper plate timing lobe. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just lever up this assembly. Okay, so when you're doing second hand builds and stuff, obviously check the condition of this cylinder head. Sometimes they can develop a huge amount of movement on these, and sometimes even shear off. So obviously if that seems alright, so you don't want obviously that happening. Obviously we don't have to drill this because that's fine. Obviously it's got quite an excessive amount of grease on there, so we'll probably just take that off and then so we don't bother drilling the piston heads anymore. If somebody's so interested in performance, if you know what I mean, they would be asking us to fit a piston head right now, if you know what I mean. So like I say, you want to keep the work ideally to the budget authorised, so that's just a sanity check for us gun techs. What we will do though is obviously we'll take the second tooth off. There's just too many situations where the gun can go a little bit too quick and start getting premature engagement on that second tooth. So it's just always best interest to take that off. And obviously on really fast models you want to take then half of the next one off, but we won't need to do that on this one, so we're just going to do this one. Okay. Clean off any debris. so height lowered for that one. Okay, so we're going to take the O-ring while we're doing the other work, or just do a O-ring trick. That's what we used to call it 15 odd years ago, the O-ring trick on all the forums. It just still works to this day, and like I say, just give that a little bit loony, release a knife on an O-ring, and or obviously where they've shrunk from whatever reason. So sometimes just give it a nice little thing. So I'm just going to check the time, so I think I've got to go. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry on. You already notice anything because I'll just be carrying on in 2 seconds, but for me it's another day, so I'll be back in a bit. A little bit more of a break away than I thought I was going to take. My website going down this week, that was fun. So where are we at? I'm just going to double check the shimming for this, won't we? Obviously trigger out. Trigger spring we can just put into position here. And then click it up onto that click and it holds it in place. So the guide, remove that. So trigger set we can take out with a flips. So this has got no use because obviously we're going to be replacing that with a computer system from Jefftron. So obviously we want the anti-reverse latch out. Okay. The top is 0.5. We can measure it, but it's going to be another 0.7. take this cutoff lever out. Yeah, I mean the latest revisions of these gearboxes have got rid of all the seams, so it's almost like Marie bloody watches our videos sometimes, you know. They do keep on changing and fixing things, don't they? Right. It's already modified. So bevel top. I mean, the height is correct, tiny bit further in than I personally like, but I say it's good. Like I said, there is a margin of success, an area of success, sorry. I think what we'll do is we'll get the other ones on there now. We've checked the height, just make sure that obviously it's not bound or anything. Smooth moving, not too much slack. tiny bit of movement, but that's alright. It's a little sticky and bindy, so I'm hoping obviously once we run that, it's going to ease it up a little bit. Got a smidge of play on that. I think what we'll do is we'll look at just seeing if a 0.3 or 0.2, probably a 0.2 I'd say, would be better in that top position. Twos. Yeah, so just a little bit thicker than the previous one. Plus, I like the fact that it's a smaller shim. Got a smidge, but not too bad. It's going to be a smidge sticky just because of the nature of MIM casting on the gears and obviously the plastic bushings. obviously, you know, they're not going to spin, and they're not going to, you know, keep on spinning like obviously a metal bushings would do. Obviously they're being grabbed by that plastic and the friction, that, and obviously the tightness, you know, from it being obviously brand new. Obviously the issue is obviously if it's tight because it's, you know, obviously been cast too fat in there. You know, obviously they naturally will wear it obviously over time with obviously the use, you know, but obviously it's difficult to, in that sort of first year of ownership, get that amount of use from just naturally operating. So obviously the main thing we're doing is we're obviously checking above and below, just to make sure that obviously if it's you know, over shimmed because of that, and that's why it's binding, which obviously it isn't, because it's got a smidge of movement up and down. So we know that it's not bound because of top and bottom. We know that it's bound because of obviously the tightness of the OD of this shaft versus obviously the EID of the bushings, which and like I said, there's very little movement up and down on there. So what we'll do is with that small single change, you know, we'll just move to bedding this in with a little bit of grease, and just seeing if obviously we can get the amp usage to change over a little bit of time, and usage of just bedding in on the desk. So I like the small ones, just to make sure there's no interference between that and that. So we've got step heights between the two gears, which means obviously there's a gap, which, you know, which we expected from Marie's. So we're just going to get our wiring kit in. Shit. That's why we always write down what the shims are, just in case it gets knocked off the bench like that. I might have got these wire lengths wrong. We'll have a look. So obviously when you got your custom wires in there and you can be putting the motor in, just get a roll pin. If I can find it. Go. Might be right. And look. So you negotiate this on, make sure you get obviously the wires either side of the base plate and give it a good wiggle. Yeah, it's quite interesting that you know, even though obviously it was in a good place, you know, obviously optically and I say movement wise, you know, it was you know, a tiny bit of slack and seemed good. When we actually run it, you know, it didn't actually sound that great. So so just like I say, a little bit noisy. So just a smidge quarter turn to the left was just enough to get that sounding just so much better. So you know, it's a tough one to justify, obviously, with the rebuilding of a gun, you know. But technically speaking, it now sounds better than what it did when obviously produced by the factory, you know. And it's just the small little gains, and obviously it's, you know, better, you know, when we can obviously get that on full rebuilds. But you know, it's just made it sound better. Now, whether that translates to obviously any improvement, I hope it does, and we'll obviously try and prove that with obviously the thing. But obviously, if something's off and slightly wrong, and you obviously run it for a long period of time, that's potentially where obviously the failures happen faster. You know, so maybe, like I say, a failure doesn't happen now because of that change. It's really hard to quantify. You know. I need to do this. Right. peaks dropped by 1, and the amps have dropped down from 6.58 down to 4.56. Obviously 4, you know, between 4 and 5 amps is fairly standard-ish, you know, for a brushed motor. So, you know, obviously you'd hope for 3 would be great, but really you're starting to get into brushless territory then. So yeah, that's, I think that's a bit better, if you know what I mean, and obviously a little bit bedded in with a smidge of the, you know, obviously shimming removed, just bed it in a little bit. So what we'll do is we'll build it up with obviously the Jefftron and spring, and then we'll go and do a range test with the hop setup and just make sure that obviously it's ranging well, and then while we have the opportunity to test, because obviously we'll want to try and get this dispatched in the week. Alright, with the Jefftron, same as the gates, I'll need some form of sticker on the, you get little like PCB, you know, dog tag. So we'll need that. I need the heat shrink. I've got 2. So the PCB is going to be laying down there, so I've just removed a little bit of the dirt. So typically speaking, you start with the most vulnerable wire, the small one at the bottom. You need to pull this wire up through because that needs to be at the top. Okay, so get that screw in first, because all these wires are going to go up over the top of it. Okay, so don't need to do any cutting and stuff around this area. Obviously, loads of people mod this gearbox because I think it says it in the gate manual or something. But that's just a copy paste manual from, you know, it's just crap. Yeah, so just you know, you need not to have crazy amounts of room there. The reason being is obviously you need these wires to stay in place. You need them to stay nice and low and flat. And obviously making oodles amounts of room there means that this can move about too easily, and then you pull the wires and then you lift them up, and then obviously you're now interfering on the pinion. It catches it as you try and pull the motor out, so you don't want to do any of that. You want that to be held down nicely in place, and that will just stay there forever with no glue necessary or anything like that. So we need this nice and flat like that, and then obviously we bring this other one in over the top of it. That's going to hold it down. We route it round and round. Okay, so we've got the black one being held there, which obviously holds that down in place. We've got these wires nice and low out of the way of the actual thing. We've got the unit. We want to make sure that that's flush and flat. Okay, there's some adjustment left and right, and you know, up and down in terms of sort of placement, but in a nutshell, obviously if you look at this sensor here, you're going to want it sort of cutting the sort of bottom like that, you know, of the bushing, so that the sensor beam is basically going to be cutting across the this timing lobe, you know, the cam at the bottom here, which obviously is going to go round and round and round, and obviously it needs to go sort of you know, light dark, obviously, and break this you know, lasers beam that's going across the sensors there. So obviously if you get any sort of calibrations issues, you know, sort of go back in and obviously adjust this. Yeah, that's pretty much all you can do really. So obviously we've got all that back in place. We can pop our trigger in. So now obviously moving towards reassembling this. I just need a smidge of grease on the top of this. Obviously you do want a sort of clunk feel to it. That's the whole point of the real feel trigger system. But you know, within reason. Obviously it needs to be smooth moving off that that spring. Okay. Yeah, quite ingenious really, you know, so if you think about it, just putting that little spring in there, just in just the right position, just the right angle, gives that sort of, you know, clunky feel to it, which is quite cool. So no cut off lever anymore, so there's no way for that to lock up and jam on the original contact switch set. So obviously that would catch this and it would jam it in an up position here, and then obviously your trigger's got no pulling anything. So we're removing that mechanical switch set and we're moving over to all this, and obviously now it's governed by that electrical switch there. We need an anti-reversal latch in, and then we can give these a little extra tension. I'll just give it a smidge of a bend, just a little bit that way, and just makes it just ping a bit more, you know, positively. Okay, so that's all locked in. Right, remember obviously you always put gears at 90 degrees. Oh, struggling to find that hole. Right. There we go, 90. So that way obviously on this half tooth piston, obviously none of these teeth are engaged. We haven't adjusted the height on the sector gear, so that's going to be good with obviously the piston. Obviously, if you're changing piston and gears and bearings, then obviously you will have to double check obviously tooth height, if you know what I mean. Obviously, with this. So obviously, when you put the air nozzles on, make sure that this notch is always in the lowest position. Otherwise you get feeding issues. Just have a quick glance over, just make sure obviously all your bits and bobs are in. Obviously we're going to be putting that back in separately in a second. Obviously we're going to put the bolt stop parts back on. Screws, with a locating pin which we'll do separate. So where's our stickers for this? Did we not find them? They're not in the little packet. Oh yeah, they're on the top here. Select a sticker plate NGRS stickers in sticker position. Quite a few stickers there, don't you? Stickers. So, you want to put a smidge of glue on there, just a smidge, just to help out the little sticky sticker, because obviously once it's in place, so obviously we don't want it coming off over time, you know, that sticker peeling off or something. So just a smidge of glue, and doesn't take much, does it? So just to kind of help that out a little bit. Gonna pop that on in a minute. So top of gearbox, all bits in, wires held down. I'm going to start obviously at the front, and you want to try and locate into that little notch at the front, then obviously slowly put them down over the gears, and then obviously we can start to wiggle bits and bobs, anti-reverse latch, gears, piston. Okay, you want to try and get onto the surfaces, not on the threads. Remember that These are self-tapping screws on TMs, so always go backwards, try and find threads. Try and get a few in to make sure that obviously the top shell is in line, and then you can then tighten up in a minute. There's 3 countersunks with obviously the grip and the gearbox. The one in the gearbox is the middle length one, with obviously the longest and the shortest being for the grip. It's important you get that right, because obviously we do second-hand guns and they're always in the wrong places. So that can just pop onto there like that. Obviously, if you have the original contact switch set back in there, that needs to be this needs to be installed before the contact switch set. Obviously, if you're using the you know, Jeftrons or the gates, and then you can put it on afterwards, which is quite convenient. So just a little bit of grease on the tapper plate spring. Pull back and install. Going to test that function like that. So check the piston, you know, to make sure that obviously it's free moving. So this is the link and the arm. There's the spring. And get your nail up underneath it. Just pop that over there like that. And just check its functionality. Okay, so we've got all of our custom wiring. So we're going to pop this through. So feed your wiring through. Obviously it's quite a hard wiring, this eco wire, Teflon coated, so obviously if you were doing something battery wise in the stock, you might want to finish off with some flexible silicone wire. Okay, so once we've got it seated, we want to just pivot it up, and then we're going to pop in the bolt release button. Make sure that goes on top of the lever. and then we're going to put the locating pin, because obviously we don't need this to move up anymore, if you know what I mean. So in this instance we're going to need an upgraded one. I wonder if I've put one aside, hopefully. I might do that immediately. That's done then. So this is the locking pin here, so trigger lock pin from Laylax. I usually pop a little bit of red just in the top there. Okay, so obviously we don't want to make this, impossible to remove. So but these falling out is a common thing. So we are going to have to pop a little bit of blue Loctite. Let's fucking drench that. Jesus. Okay, and then when you tighten, you're going to need 2 of the 1.5s. Be nice one day for the Mosfets to have a little retainer for this pin, so we don't have to change it, but we can't all operate on Marie's level of bloody design, thinking of everything. Okay, so there should be a second 1.5. Yes, there is. Right, so that's just nipped up. Obviously we can pop this in its packet. A customer may or may not have obviously done return parts. I can't remember. Okay, so before we get the grip on, we obviously want to get the gearbox located. Obviously that's the original spring there, so we'll put that to the side so we don't mix things up. Been meaning to colour code these, but just imagine the times, it'd paint bloody 150, 300 springs. So we always grease a new spring that goes in. We want obviously the grease coated for protection, obviously because it's steel, and obviously want it protected long time, term from rust, but also it reduces from reverberation on there, and makes it sound quieter. So we can pop this in. We don't need any spaces or anything yet, if you know what I mean. We just need it to go in. Locate the gearbox, so you just tilt the gearbox down so that this can go around it till it's in like that. Don't need to over tighten it, just basically it's a locating thing. Obviously we want the gearbox now in a line for this while we put this on. Okay, so again, get our roll pin. We're just going to make sure obviously those wires are clearing out the way, obviously because they're the Teflon ones. Obviously they'll now hold their position. We need a grip. Sorry, where's the MV? I'm going to just bend it this way while we pop this ambi in. It's really important you don't knock the anti-reversal latch spring and potentially damage it. So now that's back in place. Because we've been playing about with those wires, just get your roll pin, just make sure they're clear. We can now slide this on, obviously getting the into the right holes. Make sure your selectors are in line. So the wires are obviously the wrong direction, so compared to normal, we're still going to have to obviously route them up the back. Let's try going down with the red. Let's try going across the back with the black. Hopefully then allowing us to do a doesn't work, does it? Let's try. Quite a bit of excess there, so we'll have to tuck that down. So a potential failure point, obviously gun tacking can be obviously these wires. It's quite long, isn't it? Jesus. Just going to twist that and try and take out some of that slack. Alright. Don't care where it goes as long as it doesn't get between the bloody base plate and the grip. Right, so these wires just give them a bit of a pull, and that'll come off pretty easy, didn't it? So we'll just nip these up. A bit more of a click to it, didn't it? Yeah, so obviously you want to sort of give them a tug, and obviously as long as they don't come off, that's about all you can do. The rest is obviously maintenance for the customer. I mean, obviously you hope that they don't have a problem, but obviously gravity, this being upside down, gun vibrating, there's always a chance that these wires come off. It does suck, but yeah, try your best to make sure that it never happens though. You just don't know what UPS is going to do on the way there, do you? You know, like drop kicks, flying elbows, tombstones. So obviously, you know, again, self-tapping screws here. So try and locate both of them. Obviously go backwards before you go forwards. Try and avoid things like obviously automated screwdrivers in these particular types of threads. You know, you don't want to over tighten them. Just nip tight. You know, they're self-tapping threads, so they're not going to sort of, you know, easily come out because there's quite a lot of friction there. Unlike obviously a machine thread on metal, obviously there's potential for just sort of winding itself out. But these there's quite a bit of grip on obviously self-tapping threads. Right, so that's out of the way. That's all out of the way. Let's go back to the customer's box. So I'm going to put the mag release on, and we're going to get the upper receiver on, just in its sort of basic state, because obviously we need to do a range test, and just get that over and done with. While we have that sort of light opportunity. Oh, fucking blue one. Again, 1.5 Allen key screws, so you know, don't go mental. There is customers' pressure, you know, over the years to obviously stop things like this magazine release, you know, just coming loose, you know, within a few games of play. But you know, it's 1.5. It's a, you know, tough one to for servicing. You know, to put too much Loctite onto, don't think it'll ever come off. So just for testing, probably just going to quickly put a Dean's on there. Take too long. While we wait for that, I need to do a setup. So these are going to be shortened later anyway. They've done them nice and long, which is a good thing. So just in case people want the, you know, to run all the way to the end of their stocks and cut big old holes. But obviously we do all our stuff fancier. So it will be, you know, using the original system. We're going to put straight onto these, back onto these connectors, and we'll obviously cut it to the correct length for that. So. good enough for our little test. Right, usually grab something that's already been pre-done and just double check your orientation. Measure twice, cut once, and all that. So you can see there, obviously we've got red on the red, red on the red. So correct clarity. I mean, I've labelled these up so that I don't mess them up, but again, it's best practice, isn't it? So right. Do the coffee, but we will carry it on. I need the hop unit set up. Right, so right, so we've got a last minute addition for just some hop upgrades. So we will get Laylax barrel installed. One of these 280mm wide cut, that should go in there. So it's always best practice on hop installs to try and remove the actual previous nub and recover it. So even though sometimes it'll be a pain, just to remove all the arms and recover the old nub. So there you go, you know where it is now, so it's been found, not lost. Obviously we get guns coming in all the time, with not hopping, because obviously people take apart to install a barrel and don't realise there's obviously a tensioner in there, or nub, however people want to call it. These are incredibly tight to the point of like I say, a possibility of breaking. So when you're pulling this off, try and grab this whole section, and then you want to be exactly in that line, to levering this out, and then just put that pressure. Fucking hell. Literally just touch wood, never broken one. Touch wood. Right, so we're going to recover the barrel spacer. I'm going to put this to the side. Okay, I'm just just want to run a cleaning rod through with a smidge of I'll use the alcohol, buy it in bulk, run the cleaning rod through. And it's a high quality barrel, but it's made in a factory, so you know, they're dusty, dirty places. So obviously you want that. You see the length. So the length of that barrel is absolutely huge cut. You know, so there's going to be hopefully no interference, and obviously everything should push through. It's a tough one because obviously what you want with the you know, the cut is obviously, you know, the window just enough so that obviously a normal barrel nub, you know, this barrel here would come down through it. So as you can see here, this would just allow way too much, you know, for obviously the barrel nub to be, you know, it's gonna be pushing down so much, you know. So you just need it pushing down just the right section for this style of hop rubber, you know. So in some ways, I say the barrels are correct to do smaller cuts. But obviously as we move towards these sort of more modern ones, they've got these huge flat, you know, sort of R-hoppy style sections, you know, that they want to lower in there. We need it wide as possible, you know, to get as much you know, or the least amount of interference, because obviously we don't want it catching on the edge, so to speak, and getting hung up. Maple leaves tend to do that with obviously the weird sort of cut, so you do need a good wide window for them. We call them modern hop rubbers, just because obviously it's different style. There's no, I mean, both of them are going to get good range. They do, you know. So you know, you can stick in a Prometheus purple and get an absolutely fantastic result. It's just a fact, you know. So it's a different style of shot, though. You know, it tends to be sort of you know, a bit less variance to it. You know, so some people like that predictability about it. But it tends to be more of an arced shot, you know, with maybe sort of a rise at the end and then a fall. You know, these modern R-hop ones, they tend to be a flatter shot for longer, or for the same distance but just flatter, and people sort of like that trajectory, but there tends to be more sort of variation to it, you know. So sometimes, like I say, at that 60 meters you might have a bit more variance, but you can obviously counteract that with obviously the heavier ammo. So so yeah, that's why we tend to lean towards them. We did some blind tests with customers, and we put a bunch on the table, and everyone sort of went for the bloody R-hop ones, you know, and or that sort of style, just saying that they preferred it. I mean, it could have been a particularly good one on the day, you know what I mean. You don't know how a gun's going to come up, you know, when you're building it. You try your best to make, say, 10 guns you build identical, but you know, there's always going to be a bit of variance between them, isn't there? Oh yeah, that's all coming down in that big old hole. That's good. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so lines usually at the bottom. Just double check. Fuck's sake, the other hop rubber's still in there, that's why, isn't it? Where's my tweezers? So grab it and twist, and usually that's good enough to pull it out. wiggle the barrel. Make sure you get that sort of clicking noise, and they get that C-clip, you know, so hopefully you get that in the right place, hopefully. Try your best to, don't you? Obviously we want a tensioner, you know, pressing down, so we tend to use the small type. And what we want to do is make sure that it can move up and down in here. When you drop it, it needs to be able to fall down like that. And then obviously a little outdated now, but still one of the best. You know, one of the original mainstream rotary designs that obviously pioneered it all. Although, like I say, rotary goes back as far as PSG1. So, in terms of design, which was obviously what, 1995, something like that. So, but yeah, obviously this was the sort of one that sort of, you know, really got people sort of saying, yeah, that's good, because look how far they're shooting, you know what I mean? And then people sort of companies dialing in as to why, and obviously, wow, the rotary, you know, design's so much better than you know, the old M4. So it's a big improvement on the next gen series by moving over to this. Obviously they shortened the feed tube, obviously meaning, you know, the least amount of BBs dropped down. That required obviously proprietary mags that were slightly bigger. But obviously now you no longer get obviously BBs dropping down when you take a mag out, which is obviously really nice. It feeds them all without the extended follower. Yeah, just much better design than V2, and then obviously Maru's now announced the Evo series, you know, the Evolution series. So so yeah, it's it's going to be even more new designs coming, which is hard to imagine. So because this is already pretty damn good. So obviously we've got the dub tensioner in there, and we'll probably just try a little bit on there just to make sure that looks alright. Yeah, nice and flat. Okay, so we need to go and put this upper receiver on. Okay, so we just need that in there, and back that stop tube off, just in case it's stopping the receiver lining up with this hole at the front. And then we want to put this down so there's a bit of pressure, and we're just going to take this pin wherever we've placed it. Tap that through, and I'm going to go range test. Okay, so we've done a range test and we're happy with the results. So I was going to go into the final build, but I've realised that we're missing the trigger that the customer requested. It's sitting on the side over here. So yeah, that's a fail on my part. So I'm now going to have to go back in and get that installed. So we've got a little bit of lost time there, which sucks, but it's what it is. Half of the course, lost time building airsoft guns, I'm afraid. Okay, so where's my pin punch gone? Like 4 inquiries this week for custom builds. Just, and some of them I was just like looking at the guns thinking like, I know it's like really easy to say look I want that built, that custom gun, but I was just looking at it thinking to myself like the amount of hours of R&D I'd probably have to put into that gun, like any gun can be theoretically upgraded. It's just time and money, but it's obviously just, you know, especially if you're employing somebody or contracting somebody to do it, is that worth it for that time and money? You know, luckily these are fairly okay, you know, for doing, but you know, the that particular gun that the customer was interested in, I was like, no, that would just be a bottomless pit. It would be more like a project type thing, you know. And you just think to yourself, that's, you know, how few guns would I have to have in terms of gun queue for me to just spend the time just for fun on a project like that? And even if it was, like, say, paid, it's never going to be enough to cover the hours and stuff. So it ends up just being on your time. So, and then the question as a business comes, like, obviously, can you get it short enough so that obviously you can actually make it worthwhile in terms of making money from it? So I know customers don't want us to make money; they just want us to, you know, do the guns and give it to them, and ideally as cheap as possible. But obviously, you know, government don't half want its cut all the time, you know. So obviously you're constantly obviously hemorrhaging cash. Government's direction, or landlord's direction, or energy company's direction, or, you know, or the other million people, insurance companies, you know, and they all want their bit. So yeah, so obviously you're stuck with those overheads, and I suppose it's covering it by doing, you know, a job. And yeah, he's on toy guns, so it's a difficult one to justify, but we keep trying. Well, for as long as we can keep doing it, that is. Supposed to be closing the workshop, but never seem to stop the new builds coming in long enough to do it. Cool. All right, isn't it? They weren't coming off, were they? New gun from TM looks exciting though, doesn't it? Looking forward to that. Pain in the arse, eh? Real shame, got all these all set as well, they're all difficult to come out. Okay, so I'm just going to put that to the side. And so, where's my trigger? So obviously we're installing the triggers because they're for M4s, the longer, so so they just hit into this. So what we're going to do is, rather than just cut off the bottom, you know, which obviously might you know, affect the aesthetics, we're going to sort of shorten it at the top here. So luckily with these Laylax ones, they're removable because they're, you know, interchangeable colours. So otherwise, yes, if you want to fit an M4 one, you'd simply have to just lop off the bottom and then paint it black or something. So so you get that. But we're going to try and do it a bit more fancy. Apologies if it's long, tedious and boring. Well, that was gun tech in a nutshell, I'm afraid. So we're just checking they fit, just to make sure that obviously the trigger has correct movement. Yeah, so it's got clearance in that position, so we'll leave that as is. Get this built up properly now. It's amazing how much of this is muscle memory because I'm doing this upside down and it feels well weird. Okay, so selector, right, that's out correctly. I don't want that. I want this. Shit. One thing I want to do first. Do that, it'll just come loose one day or something. these are. So blowback mechanism, like I say, if yours isn't used, then it should all be held together as one piece. So spaces over on the side, they're not overly complicated, it's as simple as that. And then obviously again put pressure on the front. We want to make sure that we can push that pin all the way through. So the we're going to tighten that in, then wind it back so that it's in line. That sets the stock tube, but obviously we just need to double check the power because obviously we range tested it before. This is the first time we're building it back up. So the customer's at a strict 0.2 sight, so there's still some idiotic sights out there still chronographing on 0.2s when it's not the ammo that people will actually use and play, because you know no sight out there makes people use 0.2s only. It would make sense if that was the case, but it's not. You know, the customer will chrono on 0.2s and then go use something else, so the site hasn't actually measured the customer's equipment on what they would actually use in game. It's mental. Okay, I need battery. Okay, so 327, so with the hop set for shooting threes out to 65 meters, and then it's only getting 327 on a 0.2. So obviously if they're running at a site with obviously a sort of, you know, 340, 350 limit, you know, that's 327's coming in under, so we're just gonna measure on some threes just to see if there's any discrepancy there. Yeah, so 252 on threes, with obviously the limit being 286. So yeah, we can definitely go up on the spring that we've just installed, which to be fair does sound about right with the you know, the fact that obviously we haven't got a bearing spring guide in there. Obviously we do have the power barrel, which obviously would add a little bit. So otherwise it's literally we're getting all of our power increase through the spring itself. So I'm going to just double check which one we had in there. In this particular instance it's an M90. Okay, so yeah, that is it's quite a small spring, so I think we're just going to jump straight up to a 100 and then possibly get the rest with spaces. I mean, luckily, obviously, we've got this ability with the M4s to quickly change this spring. Obviously, much harder on something like a Scar or an AK. We've got to do a full strip down in order to get back to that spring. So I'll be doing a full strip down right now just to change the spring again. So 273 and 351. 273, 351. Let me jot this down before I forget. 273, 351. 273 and 351. Okay, so here's the problem that can come with the different measurements. So obviously if we have a sight which has, you know, strict, you know, 350 limit when measured on an incorrect ammo, obviously what we're doing is we're then having to then, because this number here is technically over, so this number now, I mean, I could not obviously phone the customer, I probably will, right, but I'm just saying we could not phone the customer because it's fairly strict instructions that obviously their sight is 351, so, or sorry, 350 max on 0.2. So obviously that 0.2 reading there, it says that's too much. But this one, measured on 3, that has a limit of 386. Yeah, with 350. So this is the problem where it comes in with obviously sites that start, you know, doing their own thing, is that now, right, somebody using heavier ammo is now worse off. So, you know, because obviously their gun could be, right, say they play multiple sites, they could obviously go to another site with obviously just measuring on 3s and things. They could obviously bring that FPS up much higher. So right up against the limits, we could go 285, you know, 284, and it's still within the rules. The thing is this, we're, you know, it's not like we're saying obviously we're going to make a gun that's hot, right? So this is just, you know, the you know, measuring the guns correctly with the correct ammo. When we measure with 0.3s, you know, across the chrono with it properly set, you know, we can, within the rules of the game, but while keeping it at 1.14 joules of energy, we measured at the muzzle, yeah, you know, using the ammo correctly, yeah, so measured, you know, it's not over, it's, you know, but now we're going to have to basically bring this down, which means this number is going to be down to, I don't know, 270, 269, something like that, which is all below what it could be, right? Which is that, and granted that's a limit, right? But it's below it. So, and obviously customers want to min-max their equipment. Why not? It's a competitive game. We should be allowed to. It's a fun aspect of it, you know, being able to tune these. If there was no tuning options, which if some sites would have their way, would obviously have no tuning options. They just have a basic, you know, point gun running 280 feet per second and .2s. And that's the way they want it. If you know what I mean, they want to close down engagement distances. They want to make people run around more. It's fun at sites from their perspective. You know, they see their customers running around more. Obviously, airsofters obviously want these guns that will shoot real steel distances. You know, so obviously because that's what real guns do. Well, after all, we're meant to be, you know, reenacting. So yeah, obviously we want to try and get as much out of it from my perspective. And then obviously the sites obviously have an opposite perspective. So we're obviously always constantly up against it of this sort of a customers want to min-max their equipment, shops want to min-max the equipment, you know, or context anyway, and then obviously you know, sites don't want you min-maxing equipment. They just want boring equipment. So, but you know, I would argue to them that obviously, you know, a boring airsoft is no good for no one. Yeah. So you need a fun, exciting aspect. Airsoft with all these deep avenues, you know, so of depth to it, you know, so there's a whole separate thing of gun teching, you know, where people can try and min-max their gun. Well, that's exciting, yeah. No one wants to log into Battlefield, you know, 6 or Call of Duty and see one gun, yeah. So see one gun with no customization, yeah. So it's just boring, you know what I mean? So it's just, we need this fun customizations, this unknown possibilities of what can be min-maxed on these guns, you know, because it is fun, it is exciting to try and explore, you know, your equipment and try and figure out and see if we can get more, you know. I just wish we could work on the friggin' hundreds of people that bloody message a month, you know. You know, try and keep up with it. Righty, I just missed the phone call, so I'm just gonna. Wow, like I say, it's possibly not even, I mean, we've just done that, that's a 100, so the phone call would effectively be asking the customer, is he okay with taking the gun hot, you know, by 1 FPS, which, you know, you could argue that that's now too much, you know. So 340 please, chrono 1.2, strict FPS, you know, these are the conversations that I've had with the customer. So, you know, you're really getting a gist right there. I mean, I think we should just stick a 95 in, if you know what I mean, then just confirm with the customer, if you know what I mean. So we'll drop that down. I mean, to be fair, you know, FPS isn't absolutely everything. You know what it is it's allowing you to use, or the possibility anyway, so people decide to use heavier ammos. That's the concept of obviously more speed to target, you know. So obviously if you keep on making a ping pong ball, you know, go at 1,000 feet per second, at some point, you know, the wind resistance will be more than the actual you know, the pressure backwards as it travels through the air will be more than the actual you know, weight of the object itself. Yeah, so if we're going physics, you know, so at some point, you know, you can get obviously what they call snaking, yeah, where this sort of, you know, that the object is simply lighter than the wind resistance, it sort of moves about a bit, and you have that sort of VSR people used to get it, you know, when they used to prolifically use .2s on snipers. I know people don't think of that as a thing nowadays, but previously, you know, in years gone by, there simply wasn't such a thing as .4, .5 ammo, that kind of thing. So all we had was .2s, .25s, and if we were lucky, some 2.8s. The 2.8 being considered a sniper ammo, you know, your Marizan Grandmasters and stuff like that. So, and there was these sort of occasional sort of rare ones that you could get at .3, you know, so and it wasn't really sort of heard of, you know. So then obviously as people have explored these aspects and found that, well, do you know what, a heavy object, it goes straighter, yeah, so it's less deviation against things like the wind and stuff and foliage, you know, it hits you know, trees and underbrush, you know. So when it obviously comes to summertime, you get obviously all that built up undergrowth, you know, it's less deflection. I was like, oh, there's some advantages here, if you know what I mean. It flies straighter. Also, you can apply more backspin to a heavier ammo. the more spin that's on an object, you know, to use golf terminology, you know, so the more that golf ball is going to fly, the further it's going to fly. It's just they literally measure it nowadays in terms of the golf equipment and trackers and stuff that you can buy. It literally measures how fast the ball's spinning, and the more it spins, the more lift it creates, low pressure, high pressure, the same thing as what an aeroplane does, and the more it will fly, or to use a golf term, carry. And that's the best way to describe an airsoft shot. It's less like a bullet and it's more like a golf ball, you know, so in how it flies. And that's all we're trying to do, is we're trying to obviously put the most amount of spin. Obviously if you put too much spin on a .2, it just skies, you know, so you then have to counteract that extreme spin that you've applied to it with weight. And that's the only concept of heavy ammo. And what it is to allow you to put more spin onto onto the ball, to hold it flatter trajectory while applying more spin, and thus heavy ammo carries further. So, and that is assuming you can apply all that. Obviously if you get a standard gun, don't put any extra hop on it, don't increase the power, you know, and then expect your heavy ammo to go further. Well, it's not, you know, and in lots of flat testing that some people have done on YouTube, they've seen those results, you know. Right, I'm putting this M100 away. Otherwise, oh, yep. Right, so I've just tried the 95 and we've got 338 1.2, so now we're a bit less. And this is obviously what's, you know, great about the M4s, is that obviously we've got this level of fine tuning with obviously our range of springs, you know, which is obviously 95, 100, 105, you know what I mean? So we can chop and change really quickly these springs, and obviously now we've got a little bit too low almost. Well, it's not too low, it's fine. Again, this is the rules that we've been applied on us, this arbitrary rule by the site and ultimately then the customer, you know, so we're having to obviously work within that, and we've been told obviously a maximum of 350, you know, with obviously sort of an ideal around about 340, maybe 345, yeah, so and obviously we're getting real close now, you know. So I'll just quickly try a power spacer. We do these power spacers in 5 packs, and obviously, you know, we recommend buying them with the springs, so then you've got this level of fine tuning as well at home, you know. Okay, so 357 on a .2, so you know we've now just gone well above what the M100 was doing. So with the only other option is obviously you're going through the whole bag trying an M90 plus power spacer to see if you can find some sort of weird combination, you know, that just happens to be about right. So it's looking like, you know, unfortunately the spacer is not going to work with that. So we are going to remove that, and then obviously we are back down to the 338, 337. You know, that's, you know, it is what it is. Like I say, it's it's the site's rules, and you know, I mean, you know, to be fair, it's still more than obviously what the standard gun is. It's still a lot more than what the standard gun is. So you know, but this is obviously now keeping it within the site's rules. Okay, so we've got some 268s, you know, to 270s. So that's only 16 under. So that's in our pass, with our pass area being within 20. Yeah. So ideally within 20 of the limit, even if it was a SCAR, even if it was an AK. You know, if I was short of, you know, by like 25 of the limit, I'd probably go in even on a SCAR and try and get a bit more out of it. So that's within, because it's 16. And then obviously these, I'll just double check the .2s again, because now that it's getting a bit warmer, we might be starting to pick up a bit more, and herein lies the problem of obviously long-term testing versus short-term testing. Okay, so 340 on 2 bursts, and then it finished on a 350, but that's probably because it's the last one going through there. So we're looking at a 340, which is that's yeah. So I'm glad we didn't do the spacer. I think that's about right, if you know what I mean. 16 off the limit, well, obviously the ideal ammo. Would the customer prefer 3 under the limit? Yeah, everyone would, wouldn't they? You know, so but you know, I think 16 under is fair. You know, it's a you know, like I say, 240 is the lowest you can have for any ammo. Yeah, so if you put some .4s through this gun, okay, and then it comes in at 210, all right, that's too low. Yeah, so anything below 240, the human eye can perceive it incredibly easily. So so something happens above 240, so just, you know, I don't know, just something sciencey with the eyes, and suddenly you can't you know, just see it as quite as easily. We just don't get many complaints about a gun that's say 250 and above. Yeah, when you get something like 250 and below, you know, we start to get guns brought in saying my gun's not quite performing well. You know, it's shooting slow. It's, I can, you know, people can see it, and you know, but you know, above 240, it's acceptable. So we always say about 240. Obviously, if you put an ammo in there, you know, if people are wondering, obviously, well, how heavy can I use on my gun? Like I say, you can just keep going up until you shooting your ammo across a chronograph, and it's less than 240. So same goes for DMRs. People always bring the DMRs in and say, oh, I've got a DMR, it's 500 feet per second. What are you thinking, like .32s, you know? So I'm like, no, if you've got 500 feet per second, yeah, you know, that's just a huge speed, you know, so to be shifting ammo, you know, don't, just because it's electric and single shot, you think, well, oh, I can't use 4.3s, you know, because it's a DMR and not a sniper platform. It's, if you've got the same FPS as a sniper, you damn well use the same ammo, yeah, so use the heaviest you can get in there, and using this rule of 240, you know, just use the heaviest stuff you can use until it gets to that. So, and obviously, you know, you try and aim for a sort of a weight of ammo that's sort of pinging out about sort of 260, 270. You know, obviously, if you've got 500 feet per second, you could potentially use the heaviest stuff on the market and still be putting out 310, 320. You know, on a build, which means obviously you're firing .4 ammo faster than a stock TM gun can fire .2 ammo, you know, so which is half as heavy, or less than half. So so yeah, you know, always use heavier stuff. It'll hold up better in the wind. It'll be straighter, you know, it will hit harder. It will, you know, penetrate more through like foliage and stuff. There's just a trillion reasons why we always use heavier ammo, and that's basically what upgraded guns are. In a nutshell, you know, it's just catering a standard gun that's been built for .2s to 2.8s to more specialist ammo of 3s, 3.2s. Obviously, if somebody is wanting to use .2s and nothing more, you know, they're going to struggle to get benefits out of upgrade packages. They really will. So, you know, all they're going to be doing is making inaccurate ammo go much faster, you know, which maybe some small gain going from, say, 300 to 350, you know, in that it just physically will travel there faster, but it's still inaccurate, it's still not hitting hard, it still has high deflection and rubbish resistance against wind, you know. So that's either there. So right, okay, so we're going to set that. I don't think we need to phone a customer. I think that's exactly what he's looking for. So we're going to set that in stone and move to the testing stage. So actually, no, we'll video the doing the stock tube and stuff. so you guys can see it all start to finish. Obviously the main point of these videos is to catalogue everything, all the time that we spend, obviously excluding the range testing, which obviously was some time. We can't sort of factor that in, but otherwise, like the modifying of the trigger, you know, we're trying to get it all on camera so that we can see a full time, obviously, of how long these builds are taking, and the customers can then see obviously how long the builds are taking. And then obviously prospective people that are looking to engage gun techs in the future or wondering why gun techs charge what they charge, well, see obviously you know, long gun builds and a lot of work hopefully, and think that actually that's actually worthwhile paying, you know, companies, you know, to do that, not just us but obviously other gun techs, because they're just, you know, like I say, it's all on camera. People can just sit watching the hours that it takes to put these gun builds together. Right, we're going to carry on and get this stock all set. Okay, when we're doing the stock tube, so we're going to take this one off. We're going to shorten the wiring so it's the correct length, and just going to turn this stock tube just to make sure we're already in all the way. Yeah, so we can't go any more that way, so we bring it backwards so that it's in line. That way we know the distance is set correctly on the stock tube. And I don't even need to desolder that because I'm going to be cutting it. That would be nice just to thread all that through, wouldn't it? Okay, so red on the left, black on the right, organise these wires so that you got say red on the left, okay, so we're getting the wires in place that obviously isn't too short accidentally. We can just put this all in, and that way we know that obviously we're not going to sort of tuck all these wires in and it be like pulled too short or something. Words beyond compare. We are the gummy bears. So then we've got this. We're going to go in line with the back of the silver. So basically it's in line with this part here of the silver. Okay. So strip the ends. Dashing and daring, and all that is caring. Gummy berry juice. Sake. So we're not turning off. All that is caring, gummy berry juice. check the length on those. So you get a flat bladed screwdriver and sort of make a little notch by pressing in with the flat edge of it. We want to bend it down at an angle so that as it comes out of the end connector, it goes straight down. So we're going to start from that end, see if we can make sure that obviously any excess is stuffed up in the inside here, like so. Okay, and that way we make sure we don't do it too short, and obviously any excess just bunches up in the back of that. Obviously you don't want too much, you know, but and then obviously because of the notches that are here, it's going to sit nice and flush below the cover, so that obviously as we put this over the top, we don't want this being pressured up, or more importantly this being pressured down, so that then it basically, instead of being flat like that, it's basically pointing up like that. So we don't want obviously these wires being pressed down, so that obviously now only this one side of it is now touching the bars. And you know, that's just something we came across obviously when we were sort of trying to fault find obviously customer complaints with the, you know, the bar system. You know, and like, oh, I'm so frustrated with the bar system, I just want to get rid of it, you know, because it's obviously intermittent issues. Well, why is it intermittent issues? And obviously, you know, poor connections there, you know, because obviously somebody's done the wires incorrectly, you know. It was one of the reasons we found on investigation. So yeah, so now obviously that investigation then obviously gets built into future you know, servicing, and then obviously, you know, you just, that's all it is in a nutshell. Obviously with servicing, you're just trying to remove obviously the as many failure points as possible, and until obviously you get guns that, you know, indestructible and last forever. Stories to share. And gummy berry juice. The downside to using the Jeftrons, their wiring that they use just ever so slightly thicker than the Gates wiring. I'm sure it's 16 AWG, but you know, whichever the brand is, it's just a smidge thicker, and it's going to be a little bit harder just to get this in. bears, bouncing here and there and everywhere. An adventure that's beyond compare. We are the gummy bears. Because it's one of the newer versions. I've got the nice long screws here to go in. So much better. Reduce problems long term. So obviously when you tighten them up and then you take this pressure off, you should now bring up onto the inside of the, you know, the countersunk, and then obviously that'll put some pressure on the inside, and therefore obviously these nice and flat, so because obviously we've got this arching down and underneath, and yeah, we're just going to tighten up this screw now, sorry, cast one up. That's beyond compare. We are the gummy bears. Right, so we want this creeping up underneath the upper receiver. Right, so do it up hand tight, and obviously so it won't go anymore with your hand. Do a couple of smacks on there. You want to feel it go like 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter, you know, not much really more than that, because you don't want to obviously put too much pressure on here to be pulling this in any directions. It's only a soft, you know, metal in the grand scheme of things. So and then obviously allow the Loctite to now set and do the rest. If it comes off, just repeat the process and keep on doing it until, you know, that Loctite really goes off correctly, which obviously can be a bit of a pain, obviously, if it goes out into the world or travels far distances, but ultimately, obviously, we've demonstrated here how to do it, and obviously it is now possible for, you know, customers just to watch this and just recreate it themselves, you know. So right, so obviously this is going to set. We're going to put the stock on. Obviously the stock that we prepared previously. Just remember that obviously red on the left, red on the left. Always double check just to make sure when you've done some work. Obviously this is the adjustment lever, so you just pull that up and slide that on, and then obviously because it's got the bar system inside, you've obviously got that wireless connection inside there, and then obviously you've got this nice convenient wires at the back here to put two Lipo sticks either side there and just connect them. Like I say, it's nice, clean, tidy, and as I said, there's just no reason for anybody to be cutting stuff and putting big old holes in the backs of these guns nowadays. You know, it's just such a neat, simple solution, and the best way, in my opinion, to do it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So we're going to run this now through to a testing video, and just make sure that obviously there's no issues and that everything's working. And obviously programming wise, obviously we'll just double check that obviously for the Leviathon, but obviously it's got an app and you just download it and you just run through the setup on there. I'll quickly demonstrate it for you. Just in case, because there is the possibility that obviously the customer has to recalibrate. It is a thing that can happen. Okay, so no to the change in the password. That will connect up. Obviously if there is a firmware update, just run through that. This is a standard gun for the most part, apart from obviously an upgraded power spring, so we don't have any options in here to change like brushless motors or anything like that. What I tend to do is get rid of the overspin detection, get rid of select the movement, get rid of sound signalization. You can leave full auto limit on there. It has to shoot a crap load of shots in order for it to kick in. I can't remember what the amount was. There you go, 100 BBs. Yep. So so obviously if you're firing 100 BBs continuously, odds are your gun's probably gone into some kind of an error state where it's open circuit and continuously firing. So the reason we turn off sound signalization is we don't want beeps for the customer. Anything where this gun beeps, is confusing, and people don't know why, and so that's confusing. So we turn them off. Obviously, select the movement. Customers have the annoying habit of obviously moving these selectors while firing the gun. That will obviously kick in errors, and customers then obviously message us about errors and say, why has this got errors? Why is my gun doing this? And obviously it's customers creating it. So overspin detection, okay, it's very difficult for a customer to create that one, though that said, obviously if that is creating that error, if there is an error going on, then obviously it will appear in obviously the error settings, but what we don't want is for the occasional possibility of overspin, or for some reason a light sensor where doesn't detect obviously a cycle or incorrect cycle completion. We don't want the gun erroring out and stopping for basically an intermittent, maybe once a game day, not seeing a cycle detection. So yes, we just turn that off. Again, we don't want any interruptions to the usage of the gun, basically. So there are their settings, and those settings explained. So obviously we've got brushless mode and low performance battery mode. So low performance battery mode can be handy, so you can turn that one on, if you know what I mean, if obviously, because these batteries, I know it sounds crazy, right, because it's a perfectly good 7.4 Lipo, but Jefftron actually puts this into the category of low performance battery. So theoretically you can add some compatibility there. It reduces the trigger response speed of the gun in order to compensate, so obviously it's not pulling quite so much current, if you know what I mean, through what it considers low power batteries. But so that was a thing a while ago while that was flagging up. I haven't seen it recently, so I assume they've tweaked some algorithms and stuff to maybe not kick off quite so much. So that's obviously explains that. So if you are getting issues with obviously then you can turn on the low battery thing, but don't think you'll need that. Obviously we've got a calibration for the optical selector, so we can just click in here, we can set it to safe, we can put in a calibration, we can set it to single shot, and we can put in a calibration, and then we can set it to full auto, and then we can again put a calibration. You can do small minor adjustments here. Again, these are mostly because of customers accidentally hitting settings. So obviously if you are prone to obviously knocking things and moving them, then it's like now firing full auto or something when it shouldn't be, then obviously you've got the fine-tune adjustments there. So maybe you can find a setting that's a bit more forgiving for how you're using the gun. Obviously we've got the operation, so it'll basically do a calibration of obviously how the cycle completion works. So what it's going to be doing is obviously setting the calibration as we fire now. So it's going to now put into a range of there. So obviously we've got light sensitivity, so we can adjust the light sensitivity, and that will adjust the settings there. So, and obviously with you don't want anything that's too much this way. Basically sort of like 11% would be like the lowest you want to be. Obviously 100 you don't want to be at there, you want to be sort of somewhere in the middle. So like somewhere like maybe here, it's going to be quite good. So you know, so that basically this dot, if you know what I mean, is going to be obviously inside of that. Try and fall. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, it's like I said, it's in the right place. So obviously you've got auto cycle calibration, keeps automatically calibrating it. If you are not getting on well with auto calibration, then obviously you can turn that off and you can manually set this dot in the middle of your light beams. Yeah, so so in theory, that being the most optimal one. However, there's obviously practice, you know, so an actual, you know, testing and long-term usage of these things, and then obviously what is on paper meant to be the best. Yeah, so and on paper I find it more compatible with customers and obviously long-term usage of this gun, and how things may change and how customers won't go in and recalibrate. So obviously an auto calibration keeps up with customers and using the gun long term a little bit better than, like I say, on paper stuff, i.e. that being the best setting. So just is what it is. Again, with obviously you know, usage of these versus, you know, in real life. So and obviously rate, all these things you can leave the same. Obviously active braking there, obviously if you want more active braking you can turn that up higher. Obviously that puts more stress on the motor, so obviously less is less stress, but then obviously you risk the possibility of overspin by having too little. Obviously electronic fuse stays at 100 amps, that is standard, you know, so and how it comes out of the box. This obviously covers you know, large high current burst, you know, so that can sometimes happen, if you know what I mean. So with obviously the electronic fuse is a bit more sensitive than a physical you know, actual slow blow fuse, so it stays setting at that. Obviously, you know, dropping it down to you know, 20 amps, you know, it's just going to be way too sensitive. Yeah, so like I say, it's again, there's on paper, you know, oh well, my gun's runs, you know, used to run 20 amps, so I want to set it the same, versus practical experience. Yeah, so like I say, an actual testing of the product, you know, leave it at 100 amps. Yeah, so obviously if it goes nuclear and this thing all goes up, you'll be drawing way more than 100 amp. Yeah, so because this thing will go mental, in which case obviously that fuse would pop anyway. But truth is, if this has gone mental, any onboard fuse is never gonna be, it's not gonna be enough. It's just, if this goes thing and puts this as open circuit and generates so much heat inside there, this is meaningless. Yeah, so in those scenarios of you know, things going up in flames type thing, as in this thing going off, you know, it's going off regardless, you know what I mean. So it's in some ways a moot point, but maybe what it's covering for is by having an amp on there is oh, what was that, deselected that, timed out maybe. It's weird. Obviously there's other ones, like obviously delay between shots, pre-cocking. We just don't recommend pre-cocking on recoil rifles. Obviously you don't want to be messing with obviously this cycle completion and where you're holding back this recoil weight, and then obviously then trying to complete a new cycle from stationary position of, you know, recoil weight cocked back there, plus obviously the implication to obviously your felt recoil effect. The recoil you know, is generated through momentum. Yeah, so of obviously a recoil thing, you know, putting a recoil weight at the back and then going a small way backwards and then forwards all the way to the back and then a small way backwards and forwards, it's going to mess with your felt and perceived recoil that you receive. So you know, again, pre-cocking is almost pointless. If I had the choice, it would be physically not on there. Yeah, so I just, it's, you know, I'd get rid of it if I could, you know, for the NGRS recoil platform. You know, it takes away from your felt recoil effect, so what's the point? Yeah, so you know, again, You know, that said, there are some crazy people, weirdos even, you know, that remove the recoil weights and then they run the gun as a normal AEG without the recoil weight, at which point obviously you could then run pre-cocking, so maybe it's worth just having it on there. But you know, like I say, sometimes I prefer to have less is more when it comes to the customers, and you know, sometimes giving them too many things to switch on and play with, if you know what I mean, can actually be detrimental for, you know, me anyway, you know, and you know, emails back saying my gun's not working, you know, and it turns out they've just messed with the setting, you know, so yeah. But that's the Leviathon app, and like I say, we'll hopefully that helps you if there's any problems, or other people watching these videos. Is the whole point of doing these, you know, so they're a teaching age as much as they are for our customers, and to go back and view their guns. We recently had a customer message the other day with a gun that we sent to Belgium, and you know, we could reference our entire gun build, you know, of that. So now, luckily, obviously, the customer didn't need to use any of it, but you know, we're able to say, look, here's the link to building your entire gun. Yeah, so obviously, if you need to go into the motor grip, look, here's this section, you know, so and you can go back and watch it. So I think it's a powerful tool, being able to get this video along with your gun build. And for as long as we continue doing this gun builds, you know, as long as I can, you know, keep my sanity and keep on wanting and willingness to do it, we'll obviously keep trying to do it, and hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully other people watching it has enjoyed it and found it interesting, as boring as it is for some. So we will, like I say, we'll now go into the testing of this gun, and hopefully, you know, there's no more on the bench time and everything goes swimmingly. All right. Hello, welcome to the Eagle 6 Airsoft video. We're going to be testing this Delta NGRS Delta. So this one has had an internal package, which is the upgraded power spring. Obviously we've double checked the shimming just to make sure everything's all right. We have and obviously the least amount of resistance as we can get on the stock build. We've got the Laylax upgraded trigger pin. There's a Laylax silver trigger which we've installed on there, which you can see. We've got the Jefftron Mosfet system installed, which is electronic trigger conversion set, which obviously removes all the levers and stuff from inside there, and now obviously it's much quicker and instantaneous, with obviously no possible chance of any lockups. Yeah, we've got the conversion kit at the back here to obviously allow just a normal Lipo to fit and attach. And we've upgraded the barrel with a Tightbore barrel from Prometheus, so with the wide windows. We've also installed a Psionic hop rubber and a small Psionic concave nub. And we've tested at a range on 3s, and we've got accuracy that we're happy with. And we've done some FPS testing for the customer, and we've got it to about 340 when measured on 0.2s. That was a very specific recommendation from the customer there, and we think we've met that. We now just want to stress test it just to make sure that obviously after doing all that work, so we always say that it's a little bit like surgery going into these airsoft guns. Obviously you hope when you put it all back together again you've got the least amount of complications. Obviously we test now just to make sure that obviously if there is any complications that they happen here with us, and not obviously when they go back to the customer. So we're just going to make sure that obviously everything's all working. If it gets through this, then theoretically it should be good for the customer. So, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put some ammo in this. Runs out of ammo, it stops and shuts off. Always a fast rate of fire on the stock TM motor. clear it on a couple of shots just so we can close this properly. And yeah, that's like I say, all tested and working. We hope you enjoy, we hope it's worth the wait, and yeah, have lots of fun with it. Thank you.